Good morning. Another cold morning here in the base of the Haruna Mountains here in Japan. There's some of this and some of that still on the bug tracker. Lots of suggested improvements. A little bit of storehouse problems. Still would like to look at the map a bit, but today I got a doctor's appointment. I got to double check when that is. I think it's 3 o'clock. 16th at 3 o'clock. Alright. I'm looking to do procedural dungeons today. Now, plugging that into... Sound is working good, right? Plugging that into the game itself is kind of one task in and of itself. But I'm looking to create a new system, a new script. I've already got my cave generator. I've got the tower generator, which is kind of a room-based thing that's kind of similar to what I want to do. But I'm going to try a new approach. So I'm actually not going to use this, and I'm actually not going to use this now that I think about it. I'm going to load up one of my test projects. The main reason for that is that it will just compile a lot faster because there's only a few scripts in it. I could make a new project to do it. And basically you just want to be able to rapidly prototype, which you can see last time I was in here I was working on pathfinding. I was actually working with a popular tool on Unity asset store called A-Star Pathfinding, but there's just too many problems with it that I couldn't get sorted out quickly. Marching cubes, this is what I use to make caves. This is animations. This is my cave dungeon toolkit, which has some really good stuff in it. Not sure why that's in here. Don't think I will be using that. I do have another project I call my asset loader, and this just has tons and tons of stuff that I own in it. So I'm going to open that up, see if there's stuff in there that I should be using. Phone is buzzing at me. Google News, I do not need you. It's -1 out. The sun is already up. That means it got colder than that this morning. No snow yet though. My mother-in-law said she did see some snow yesterday, just for a minute. So here I've got my asset loader. I've got lots of monsters in here. I'm going to leave that expanded, in fact. I do kind of want to look at some things in here later, but let's start over here. This is still 2018.4. Let's actually upgrade that. Test 3. What do we do here? 2019.4. We could just click on that. Go for it. Yeah, that's fine. You can, like I say, I might as well start a new project. It's all the same to me. Just gonna delete that A-star stuff. I bought Pro years ago, but just doesn't really fit with how I do things. Sorry as always for eating cereal on stream. This will take it a minute. There is some pretty cool stuff in here. Kinda not. You know, like these look pretty good. But PP found something he liked apparently. Let's go ahead and make a new scene here. Drag this in, take a look at it. So say that I want to tile these. Well, it's not a bad looking hallway by any means. There is a bit of stuff going on there, but for a standalone dungeon, it's not bad. A lot of these random pieces. Know if these are meant to snap or not. That is not snapping there. We've got some Z fighting going on there. This is one way to make quick and easy levels though. Of course, in my case, it would very much preferably be doing all of this by code, which we will be doing today. Just kind of peeking at these assets. Like I said, I don't think there's a bunch of Z fighting there. Don't think I'm going to be using these. There's not even connecting properly there, but worth taking a look at. Doesn't even have me signed in. Very silly. Morning. I've been looking at buying this. Checking out these assets for the dungeon construction. Looks like some usable stuff. I think walls and floors and ceilings and stuff. Yeah, I could. We could. Test 3 has loaded up. I'm looking to set up a dungeon generator today. I'm going to go ahead and just delete this stuff because I'm not going to use it. What is this? Dungeon ceiling floor. This is that CW stuff. Yeah. I kind of started working with that a little bit. D, what is D? Oh, yeah, this is just some of the basics I pulled out of that other. Asset set. And we can use those to just get going. Actually, it looks like I have a dungeon builder I started working on. Don't think I'm going to use this. Let's take a look at it though. And do I actually have? Oh yeah, grid updater. Don't need you anymore. At work, or what do you mean? don't think this actually works. Let's take a look. It's just making some random rooms. Well, it's a start. Not what I am looking to be doing today. I'm just gonna leave that as it is. I do kind of like that name, Dungeon Builder. Anyway, let's do just turn you off. Create a new one. Call it Dungeon Generator. I'd like him to be at 0. I'm going to reset him. He's just a game object, doesn't have anything on him, but I'm going to add a new C# script called Dungeon Generator. When you unload an asset, do you add it in your main code? I mean, when you load an asset, Unity will not automatically send this stuff out when you build a game, but if you have a reference to it, like here, this object has a reference to this wall brick, then it will package that with the game to make sure that everything in your scene exists. So you can have stuff in your project folder that doesn't actually get used until you're pulling on it. And there's some special ways to do that too with packaging. If you have a resources folder, anything you put in there will automatically be added into the game. If you have anything on a scriptable object, it'll automatically be project-wide and get added into the game. Yeah, it'll add it into the project folder, but it's not necessarily included into the game solution yet. You still have to create references to whatever specific objects you want to use. Any scripts will get tossed into the solution automatically though, yeah. You're not going to be using the update method. I don't want to use start either. I just want it to generate when I tell it to. I'm just going to create some generic references here, and let's actually do serialize field. And let's do wall. Let's do wall prefab. And let's do floor. Ceiling. I think that's all we're going to work with for right now. So my theory that I've got going for the method that I'm going to approach is determine a minimum number of cells. Lazy walk into a new cell and generate a room. Post each lazy walk, or what is it called, drunken walk. Post each drunken step connect previous room. Repeat until minimum number of cells are generated, and we'll just start here. Eventually we want to do go down and decorate. I think we've all got some friends that are good at drunken walk. So we're going to want an int, let's say floor count, and for now I'm just going to say 1. Let's do another int for, we'll go ahead and call them cells. Cell, is that good? Cell, yeah, cell count equals cell count per floor. We'll leave it like that for now, and we'll just go ahead and say something like, say 9. Yeah. So, step 1, cell count per floor equals random range, and this all needs to be set up using noise, but I'm not going to get into that just quite yet. Yeah, I probably should. Don't actually want to use real random numbers, or everything is different every time. So I use fast noise, and this is going to be under test3 assets. I'm going to let that compile into the solution, and this is basically just if you've ever heard of Perlin noise, it's different types of noise that you can grab numbers from reliably. So, for example, here at the top, I'm going to want to do a noise, fast noise called noise, and here we'll just say noise equals new fast noise. Now I can say noise.get, and I like to use simplex. Set up a minimum, yeah, you can do 2, 3, or 4 inputs, so that's 2D, 3D, or 4-dimensional noise. I'm actually going to make, let's see, we want an integer, and I'm going to do get random, and this is going to be using an int x, int y, and let's go ahead and call that z, and then we're going to use noise.get simplex. We're just going to put x, z in there. This is going to be a float, I believe, to begin with, and it's going to be between -1 and +1. So I'm actually going to add +1 to it, and then I'm going to take that and I'm going to divide it by 2. So now I've actually got one that's 0 to 1, and I'm going to take value, int xz, and then we do int min and int max, and I'm going to do value I forget how you do this properly actually, but I've already done it many times in Solace Crafting. It's actually written incorrectly the way that Unity, I guess the way that C# has it written incorrectly. Got a whole bunch of them somewhere here where you do this. So here you find the range, you multiply that one by the range, and then you add the minimum to make sure that you're at the offset to the proper range. You then floor it. Now flooring it, what that means is if you do give me a number between 0 to 6, that means you've got a 99.99999% chance of never actually getting 6. So you do need to remember that when you're doing get random for an int, it's flooring, you need to do +1. And C# is also written just like that. Get random. So I'm just going to say something like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we'll say 8 to 11. So that'll actually give me 8 to 10. And because I'm inputting the same two numbers here, it'll give me the same every time. Later on, when we do this noise.seed, set seed equals, and we can do like our world seed for Solace Crafting, this will change the results for these numbers to match that world seed. But again, as long as the world seed and these numbers are the same, we'll always get the exact same number. It's not actually random numbers, it's pulling it out of noise algorithms. So it's called deterministic noise. And that's what we want to get, the same dungeon every time we are looking at the same area, assuming we have the same seed. I gotta say, I have never gotten so drunk that I slept outside. I've certainly seen quite a few number of people do that though. Or black out while they're still conscious and just make a fool of themselves. Never gotten to that point. So I'm going to just set up a while loop for now, and I'm going to have it attempt to generate cells. Sun is shining, hoping it warms up. Looks like blue sky today. Much warmer. Well, I got a lot more warm clothes on today than I did yesterday, but it was cold yesterday. So let's see, I want to he shouldn't have been messing with someone with a girl or with a boy. That's what happens when you do that. Get her to break up with the boy first. Through wit and guile. Let's also try something like cell size equals 10. Now, basically I want to let's see, current cell count. And let's do an int2. Do I have int2? current cell position. And I guess we'll start at 0, 0. And I want to generate a shape within my current cell. So let's do void generate room. Never been in a fight as an adult. I don't know when I can say that I actually became an adult, but I'm in my late 30s, let's assume that I am. Programming video games. Generate room. So first for a room, I think I want to roll for ceiling height. Guess we can just say height, width, depth. Hey kitty, what you doing? And I think we're going to pass into current cell position. Might be enough. So I'm going to say int room width equals get random, and I'm going to use into our current cell position dot x, current cell position dot z, as well as a random number. I guess I don't need to. I'm going to do something like times 1, 2, 3, and we'll say times 875, just to make the numbers further apart from one another. Per room, and the room width is going to be, let's see, cell size is 10. We probably want to build off of that. We could say cell size minus about half of our cell size. So I'm just going to divide it by 2 and make sure that it's floored down to an integer. And then I'm going to do cell size, and I'm actually going to leave it like this so that we never actually get to 10. That means that our room size can only be 9, because I do want to have corridors. I might even do -1 here just for now. Then I want to do room depth, and again just going to change these up a little bit and leave that alone. Room height, we can actually do very differently, to the point of something like, let's say, a minimum of 2, the maximum of, say, I don't really want them that big. Let's say a maximum of 4. So we'll put a 5 there. Now could just generate a box quick and easy here. Trying to think. We might want to do something like setting up a class. We don't actually need that. And storing our data for the creation of corridors and doors and stuff like that. Don't really need the height. We'll go ahead and store the cell position. We'll go ahead and store the room width and the room depth. So here I'm going to do dungeon cell equals new dungeon cell. We need to give it a name. Dungeon cell, and then here we're going to do dungeon cell dot width. And I don't think we need the room height. We might as well store it though. Public int room height equals 0. And my point being here that we can create a list of dungeon cells What do you see, kiddies? Squawking at some birds. So that no matter what room we're going into, or if we've generated all our rooms or whatever, we can come back to the data and know what we're doing. There's lots of different ways to do this is the only thing. So let's assume that room is centered for now. It's going to be at least 5 big. And we're not actually generating any sort of geometry yet. Just defining a cell shape. And let's say we're going to need one to generate the entrance, probably. And this can be our entrance. And we'll go ahead and say that this is a dungeon cell as well. With a width of 3, entrance cell, depth of 3, and an entrance cell dot height. Why not 3? And cell position equals current cell position. So this is going to be our 0, 0. And let's see. I want to add a direction. So say we come down the stairs into our room. Let's say we always come from the south. Or how about, yeah, we come from the south, so I usually put a null in there, but screw it. So let's say that our entrance cell, the direction that he started was south. So now we know let's call this actually our current cell. How about? Is that dangerous? No, it's okay. Current cell, and I just got rid of current cell position, but that's fine. This is our new int, so we're at 0, 0. Now we're going to start building off of that. So current cell count is 1. That's our entrance. We're building up to, say, maybe 9 cells or so. So each walk step that we take, we're going to generate a cell. So I think first we want to pick a direction. So our direction, new direction equals, and let's make a method for that. And what we're going to do here is we're going to pass in the old direction. Meaning how about we do for int I equals 0, I equals less than 4. Oops, what's going on? I plus plus. So I'm going to do just a short loop through the 4 possible directions. And I'm going to say an array of directions. This is our possible directions equals new. Do it for me. Direction array with 4 spots. Actually, only 3 spots. And then if, and I'm just going to cast I, because all an enum actually is this is 0. You see, it even says there equals 0, equals 1, equals 2, equals 3. So I'm just going to cast these numbers to a new direction, and if that let's go backwards, in fact. If I is equal to the integer value of old direction, and actually I want to say if it's not, my fussy kitties, you're fine. If it's not, I guess I'd probably actually want this to be a list, don't I? And do I have list capabilities? Looks like I do. Equals new list. And if it's not the old direction, I'm just going to add to our list of possibles, and then I'm going to return, and we want this to be the same every time as well. So when we go to get this direction, we also want to pass in our current position. We could just use the current cell count, but I think this is better. So I'm going to grab possible directions. There's only 3. Get random, and I'm going to use current position dot x times, let's say 333, and I'm going to do current position dot z times, we'll say 777, and then our min is going to be 0 and our maximum is going to be 4, meaning we're only ever going to get 3. It is actually possible to get a 4 out of this. So let's go ahead and compensate for that. We'll just say math function clamp. And actually, you know what? Let's do that down here. Math function clamp. And this is our min, and this is our max minus 1. Just to make sure that we don't ever actually get that. If we're assuming we're not going to, we don't want to accidentally, because there is a tiny, tiny, tiny chance that you will actually get that perfect maximum number. So this will guarantee that we don't, so we're definitely only going to get 0 to 3 here. So that'll give us a new direction that is not the same as our old direction. So new direction equals get direction, current cell dot direction, and current cell dot cell position. So using the entrance data, I'm going to grab a new direction. So I should now be facing north, east, or west. So now I want to modify a new dungeon cell. I want my new cells cell position to get set. What are you kitties eating? Oh, it looks like my wife left something for the cats. There's nothing in there. You don't need that. What are you doing? It's just an empty wrapper. They will chew that wrapper to threads, though, if you leave them to it. So we want to alter this cell position based on the new direction that we grabbed. How about we do this as a little initializer? So I'm going to create a new cell. I'm going to pass in the current cell and the new direction. Could even do that in there, but nah, I like this out here. So down in our dungeon cell class now, we're going to create an initializer, public dungeon cell. We're going to be requesting a dungeon cell as well as a direction, old direction. So we're passing in our entrance at this point, and we've got an old direction. So we want to do switch yeah, and this is new, so that's fine. Switch old direction. Oh no, we're passing in the new direction, aren't we? We've got that, yeah. So new direction. Direction, new direction. So I want to switch using my new direction. And I'm going to do a default of, let's say, south. So by default, our cell position equals a new int2 in which our x is -1. So we're going to be using the old cell.cellPosition.z as the same, and the old cell.cellPosition.x -1 in the event that we go south, and we'll break out of our switch there. In the case that we are talking about west, that means we're going to be doing z -1, and x is going to stay the same. And then we've also got north, and we've got east. East is going to be z +1, and north is going to be x +1. So this will generate our cell position for the new dungeon cell that we're generating. And let's go ahead and toss these right here. What are these? These are current cell position. These just need to be cell position. Cell size. Is that not? You don't want to be able to grab that within here, huh? We can pass that in. We don't have get random either if we do all of that in here. Alright, well, I take it back. Let's leave that here. And we will move this stuff up to here. We've got, let's call this generate cell. We've got our old cell, we've got our new direction, we don't need that anymore. So we're going to make a new cell. We're going to do dungeon cell on all of these guys. depending on our new direction, using the old directions data. Once again, we're going to define all of that. So this is just going to be, let's go ahead and say return dungeon cell. Here we're going to add in the current cell and the new direction. So that'll give us, is that void still there? Yeah, no, you're a dungeon cell giver now. Return dungeon cell. So we've got our entrance pre-made, and then from here on, we're going to pick a new direction. We also want to check that direction. We don't have to do that just yet, because we don't want to just circle back onto ourselves. We'll pick a generation direction. We'll generate a new cell. Which now has been moved. Now we need to, I think basically this is all we need to do to start out with. So, okay, let's make sure we limit that we don't walk back on ourselves. So, dungeon cells needs this new cell. Dungeon cells also needs our current cell, which is the entrance cell. I think we can go ahead and say that this is our new current cell. So we're going to keep a reference to that each time, each new one that's created, but we're going to keep using this so that the loop is always using the latest data. We're going to make sure that gets added. Don't really need a comment for that. Now the problem is when we pick a direction, we need to do a little more work here. We've got 3 possibilities. The direction that we are going to pick is determined like this, but it's possible that we're walking back on our own feet. So we want to do a check. Against the present dungeon cells, and we need to determine, for example, new position, which again is this same story here. Might make that into a method. always good to not copy and paste repeatedly. Into new position equals new int 2 for sure. Why not? And the new position is going to take the current position like so. These are our new positions. So we're going to find out a new position. We're then going to run that against a check to see if let's say int to old position, I'm not using that yet, am I? Old position equals dungeon cells I dot cell position, and then if old position dot x is equal to new position dot x, and the old position dot z is also equal to new position dot z. That means that we are stepping on our own feet. So we want this to actually do 0 to possible directions dot count plus 1. So there's 3 in there. Which is actually only 0, 1, 2. So no, that's fine like that. That would have been weird. Anyway, and then what we're going to do here is, if we do find that we are stepping on our own feet, let's do int index equals, we're going to store this as index, and then we are going to possible directions remove at index, and we're going to break out of our for loop, and I'm going to put all of this into a while loop. While possible directions dot count is greater than 0. Now if we make it past the for loop, that means we've found an acceptable direction. So we can go ahead and return new direction. Failing that, we're going to have had removed, break, and no, actually we're going to want to continue. Well, that'll go to the for though. Possible directions dot remove at. Do I need a bool here? I guess so. Bool found equals false. So I'm going to break out of here after saying found equals true. And then only if we did not find something do we do the return. Otherwise, otherwise we're going to loop, and if we end up getting all the way back to nothing, then I'm going to return direction dot null. So if we've exhausted all of our possible directions, that means like we've hit a dead end. There's already room to our left, there's already room to our right, there's already room in front of us. We can't go backwards. I'm going to return null. So this is our new updated get direction method. If get direction, if new direction is equal to direction.null, then we need to do something. And that will make things interesting later on. For now, I think we'll just say break. We'll get out of our while loop to make sure that that ends properly. Generate, otherwise we are going to continue forward. We're going to generate our cell. We're going to add it to the dungeon cells. Now, I think where we actually populate our now generated set of cells with rooms is going to be a different method. Could be anywhere, doesn't matter honestly. Let's go ahead and say we've already got our floor prefab, so let's just let's go ahead and do it. We'll do generate room. And I can probably just pass in the current cell. So we've got generate cell, get direction can go down further. Let's do a void called generate room. And we are passing in a dungeon cell called the current cell. Now using this, we've got a position, a width, a depth, and a height. I'm going to ignore the height for right now. And let's see. For int x equals current cell dot cell position times cell size. So this is going to be our starting position, and let's see. How about minus current cell dot x is going to be our width. Now in the event that this is 5, I don't really want to do, like I want to do divided by 2 f here, but I don't want to be going to the max and both the min. So I guess in this case I'm going to do math function floor_int right here. What do you not like about this? Oh, that's x. There you go. And so long as our x is less than this is a little bit long. I might want to write this a little different. So I'm going to have to do it for z too. Anyway, here I'm going to do ceil to int. So if we are at 5, or what, if we're at 9, that's going to divide down to 4.5. So this is going to make us, yeah, we want to do plus here. For at 9, this is going to bring us down to 4. So our center point minus 4, and then our center point plus 5. So that'll give us a total of 9, which is what we want. And then we want to do the same thing for z. I just kind of don't like, let's say int2 pos equals current cell dot cell position. So we can just make these a little bit easier to look at. Current cell dot room width, that's kind of unavoidable. And then I'm just going to do the same thing for z. Position z times cell size minus, this is going to be our room depth, divided by 2 z room depth divided by 2 z, and I'm just going to say generate floor. And this is going to go ahead and just do a x, y, z. I'm actually just going to pass 0 to the y for now. And we can move these down. I guess we'll put it right here. Void generate floor. Okay, so now we're actually going to make some geometry. So I'm going to instantiate floor prefab. This is a game object, we'll call it go. Go's transform position equals new vector 3 x, y, z. But these points are actually in ticks of 3 in my world. Go.transform.scale. Sometimes this just for no reason at all gets off, so I'm going to set it like that. And let's go ahead and go.transform.setParent to this, so it doesn't just spam them all into the scene. I think that's all that we need to do there. So this is going to loop through each cell, given the cell size, and generate our floors. Now we're at a point where we should be able to test this, where it is, and just make sure we're not making any terrible mistakes right now. And I have not been looking at chat. Are your randoms going to generate down, up as a ramp stairs, up or down? Yes. I'm not going to do ladders in this one. I'm going to do staircases. And, you know, once we get things working, maybe we'll do some spiral staircases and stuff too later on. But for now, I'm looking to create a floor and then have a special room that goes down and have a long stairway so that we don't have that ladder and hatch shenanigans going on. I got my soggy cereal. So for the floor prefab, I'm literally just going to add. Why does it keep taking me to the hierarchy? Stop that. Floor prefab. Let's make a new folder called our dungeon generator. I'm going to reset the floor. This is just a holder. I'm going to put the cube beneath the holder so that I can scale his X and Z like so and Y like so. And I actually want him not to be center, but yeah. Yeah, I prefer him to be like this, personally. Dungeon generator floor prefab. I can now delete him, and I'm going to add him here. And we've got our generator script on, so let's press play and see if it breaks. We got a scene, and we got nothing. Alright. Didn't do what we wanted. Let's take a look. Nothing is calling start, so that'll happen. For now, I'll just do it in start, and we'll say generate. Because we're in our nice little test project, that should compile right away. And once again, hopefully it doesn't break is the only thing. We've got a number of while loops in there. Yeah, I think I just broke it. Because we're not doing a minus there, so it's probably creating a massive, massive dungeon of unthinkable scale right now. It needs to stop. The RAM is going up and up and up. But that happens when you do while loops. Current cell count. Yeah, I'm not doing... We actually don't need current cell count at all. What we need is dungeon cells.count. And we've got the max set up to be 9. We're adding one in right here, and we're adding them as we go. So as soon as we either hit a dead end or we get 9 cells generated properly, the while loop should end and we should be fine. I'm not sure that I saved that as a scene. Yeah, it was the dungeon builder scene. Alright, let's hit play again. And now we've got a bunch of rooms. You can see it walked over here. It decided to go this way, decided to go this way, decided to go that way. And it made 9 rooms. Now we can just connect all of these, and that's the start of our dungeon. What we also want to do, though, is create the ability for branches, of course. So, say this is our final room. That could be fine. Do we want to just go back and give each room a chance to branch? Hi, kitty. What are you doing? Put her on the mic. Push it into my face. And we'll get fancier shapes going and stuff later, but for now, well, let's leave it like this, and let's try and create our corridors. So, I'm just going to pause that. So we're generating rooms, and we know that the direction that they came from, right? So what we want to do is figure out a position that we can draw a corridor to connect all rooms beyond the entrance. So let's say we've generated all of our rooms like so. This is just like the first step. Now we want to connect rooms based on their direction. So we can just do for int. Right. Right now it's just spamming them all out in one frame. And that would be while you're going down the stairs, you know, from the surface world. You click on a door and it'll pause for half a second, generate stuff up. And we could set it up to go more one by one. The problem is, and I guess, you know, well, even if, like, say you don't have doors on the corridors, and not that they're all supposed to line up perfectly, but you don't ever want to be able to see all the way to the black. Yeah, we could do that too. I've wanted to do infinite towers for a long time, honestly. Like, on the outside, just have it look like this massive stone shaft that just goes up into the sky further than you could even attempt to build. But then when you go in it, it just constantly generates new levels upwards, and we could totally do that. Did you play New Age at all? Amazon's a new game that they're working on. Because I really liked the design of some of the stone. It's pretty much just zombies and skeletons everywhere, which is kind of a bummer. But they've got these stone sort of obelisk-shaped towers all over, and some of them are really big. You know, like you go inside of them and there's rooms, and then the outside of it will spiral up to another floor. And I really liked kind of those stone towers that weren't necessarily, like, they don't look so man-made. I mean, you know, they're very, right. As you progress, every 2 floors gets another level or something, definitely. So we don't want to connect the first room, so we can say I equals 1. So we skip that first cell. And then we're going to do I equals less than dungeon cells dot count I plus plus. I was never very good at delves for some reason. It's probably just because my builds were crap. And I'd be diving at like level 50 and stuff and just getting my butt kicked. There's a lot to learn about that game. There's a lot of good to it though, definitely. For int I equals 1, I equals less than all of the dungeon cells, I'm going to grab a dungeon cell. Dungeon cell equals dungeon cells I. So we're going to grab the one that we're on, and using its direction, we're going to grab the previous cell. So let's say we need a method for that. Generate room, generate floor. Let's say beneath direction we do dungeon cell get previous. Yeah, because we don't necessarily know that they're in order. Get previous cell. And I'm going to pass in. I can just pass the dungeon cell in, honestly. Dungeon cell. cell. And I want to go for int I equals 0, I equals less than dungeon cells dot count I plus plus. I'm going to go through all of the present dungeon cells, and I'm going to look for, let's see. I want to do old direction. Those guys are doing new direction. So int 2 old position equals new int 2, sure. And then we're going to do a switch on the cell's direction. Actually, this guy equals old position equals cell dot cell position. And then I'm going to do a switch on his direction. And in the case now that he is south, change all these to say old position is equal to I guess really all I want to do here, I don't have to do any checks. Get previous cell. So yeah, I do int 2 how about we do this? In the event that we are coming from the south, we want to do old position dot x minus minus. I've confused myself just a little bit. Hold on a sec. Get new direction. Direction, possible directions. We're going to pick a direction. We're going to double check that it's clear. We're going to take that direction. And then when we generate the cell, we're going to use that direction in the event that we're south. That means that we take the current cell, we move south. We need to add dungeon cell.direction equals new direction. Make sure that that's getting added on there. Okay, so yeah, basically that means that that's the direction it came from. Now, when we're going to get the previous cell, we can basically just do this. But that means that we came south, so we want to go north. That's what I was getting confused on there. So here we want to do old position dot z and west. West is z positive. So if we went west, we want to go z negative. If we're going north, that's means we want to go south, and if we're coming from the east, that means we want to go east. No, wait. We came east, so we want to go back west. Yeah. A little confusing, but that's okay. And now we're going to look for that position. by dungeon cell, let's say old cell equals dungeon cells I, and if old cell dot x cell position dot x is equal to we want to return this in the event that we're using it, right? Yeah, that's fine. Is equal to old position dot x, and the old cell dot cell position dot z is equal to old position dot z as well. In that case, curly brackets, I want to return old cell. If we get through everything and we can't find it, we're going to have to just return null. We'll add a little warning there. Couldn't find previous cell. Shouldn't happen, but if it does, we want to know. So, connect rooms based on their starting direction. We've got the current cell, dungeon cell, old cell equals get previous cell, and I'm just going to pass in cell straight to that. So now we've got a current room and the room before it. Now I want to find, let's see, we need to know if we are connecting via the X or via the Z. So if, let's say direction, corridor direction equals direction dot null, and if cell dot direction is equal to south, or cell dot direction is equal to direction dot north. In these cases, our corridor direction is going to be not really a direction. Let's see, what do we want to do? We only need like horizontal or vertical for this. Suppose we don't really need to write a whole new direction for that. Let's see, how do we want to do this? Suppose for now we'll just operate within this if. If the cell direction equals north or south, then that means that we're building on the x-axis, which means we want to look at the z values. So int minimum z is equal to cell dot room depth divided by 2 math function. This should be our ceiling. Oh no, we're doing minimum, so floor. Let's go ahead and say this is the current z, current min z, something like that. We're also going to need a old min-z, and then we're going to want the final min-z equals, it's a lot of stuff, but not a big deal. Min-z equals, current min-z is less than old min-z, yes? If so, current min-z, otherwise we'll do old min-z. And that's just a shorthand if statement there. And we don't need the x, we do want the max though as well. So I'm going to change all of these to be max, max, max. And now we're going to do seal to int, seal to int. And let's see, how do we do that? 5 plus is what we're looking at, because the cell size divided by 2 is how those rooms are getting generated. Generate room takes the position position.x times cell size. So we're actually creating the center of the cell using its position. Alright. So assuming we've got that cell position, I guess we want to do 0 minus kind of a thing. And then find out which one of those is actually bigger. If current min-z is bigger than old min-z, then we want to use that one. In the case of the maximum, we want to grab the smaller of the two. And all I'm trying to do here is make sure that we don't try to build a corridor like this. We find which of the two is smaller, and we use that min and max to pick where our corridor is going to go. So now we've got those numbers, and now I'm going to do, I need to just pick one. So int z position equals get random meow 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 cell dot cell position dot x times 943 comma cell dot cell position dot z times 57 1. And we're going to do, and I just picked those numbers at random just to make them different than all the rest of the randoms. Using our min z versus our max z. And I'll go ahead and put +1 on there, because we don't mind if we actually are at the max there. So now I've got an assumed safe position to build our corridor. Now I need to determine the current, let's see, north or south. I don't know which is which. So let's say, let's call this our start x, because we're building on the x-axis. We also want an end x. And now if our cell.direction is actually equal to south, our start x is going to be equal to let's see, let's do north first. Our start x is going to be equal to our current, no, we did want to do south first. Okay, so we came from the south, so we're now building a corridor back to the north. So our starting x equals cell, this is our current cell, dot, room width, right? We've been using depth so far, right? Yeah, okay, good. Cell.room width divided by 2f, and this is our math function. On our positives, we're doing ceil to int. I believe, so we're finding the edge of the current room for our starting x, and then our end x is going to be equal to math function floor to int of the old cell's room width divided by 2f. And now that we've got all of those, well, let's go ahead and add our else and say these are going to now be backwards. Start x is going to be old cell, index is going to be cell. I believe, and just for the sake of sanity, we can go ahead and probably do this. Start x equals the back end, because we are coming from the north, which means we want to go back south. Now that we've got all of those numbers, our z position, our start x, so we want to do another loop with for int p equals 0, p equals less than our span, which is going to be what? Let's see. It's possible that these numbers could be going negative, in lieu of which we want to make sure that our range calculations, does that matter? I'm thinking like if start x is say 4, and then end x is minus 5, and we do 4 minus 5, that'll give us 9. If we do minus 5 minus 4, that'll give us 9. So yeah, it shows you how good I am at math. Start x minus index. Hopefully that is what I want. Just want the range. P plus plus. Well, you know what? I'm stupid. We can't just do 0. Can we? Yeah, that works, right? If we're at 255 and we're going to 259, we're either going to get 4 or we're going to get negative 4. So I guess we just want the absolute of that. I hope that is correct. We want the range in a positive. So we're going to loop through all that we need, and we're going to do generate floor using P is our x value, and 0, and Z is unchanging. Now then, are we factoring in our cell size? I don't think we are. I don't see cell size anywhere. So we need to do, again, this is our X. This is cell position dot X times 10, which is cell size. First of all, plus P. Are we sure that those are the right offsets, though? Starting at 0, yeah, that's not correct. I think we want to find the actual numbers for these. So let's say start X equals cell dot cell position dot X times cell size, right? And end X equals old cell position X dot cells times cell size. Now we want to offset that number. In the event that we came from the south, we're now going north. Came from the south, now going north. Our current number is going to be plus equals, right, like so. If we're going the opposite direction, this should be minus and plus. Now, P equals, might want to always assume that I'm moving forward. So if we're moving north, that works. If we're moving south, I actually want to swap these. I think I actually want to have this in here. Let's go ahead and add a comment. We are setting up the numbers to always move in a positive direction. So if we're moving south, the cell that we're working with came south, means it's going north. Our starting X is going to use our current cell going north, use current cell as start. Going south, use old cell as start. See what I mean? If we are headed south, we want to use the old one as our start and then come north, because we always want to be going positive, and north is positive X. So once again, I want to bring these guys down here. I'm just going to do them like that for now and go like this. And we're going to swap these which means we also want to swap these. Oops. And we don't need to redeclare those. Let's take a look at this again. Oh, 10 o'clock. Too bad. Not a good time for a break. Start x equals, what are we doing? We're moving north. Start x equals our current cell position times the cell size. Right, that'll put us right in the middle. And then we want to offset that using the room width. And since we're going positive, we're going to use the ceiling. Where did I start using the ceiling? I just want to double check that. Generate room. The max is ceil int. And we figured that because if we're going 4.5, this is going to move us all the way down to 4. And this is going to move us to 9. So yeah, okay. I just wanted to double check that. So that looks good. In this one, we're going to use the old cell center, and then we're going to offset it backwards using floor. Okay, that's good. So now in this case, we're going to use the old cell, and we want to offset it once again forward using its ceiling, is what that means. And the index is going to again be north of that cell center, and we want to do right offset of that. Okay, so now this isn't 0, this is start x, and as long as p is less than or equal to, I believe, and x pp, I want to generate floor. And now we've already added in the cell positions at this point. So we just want to do P for X, 0, and Z position. This is already set up to go through all of the dungeon cells and attempt to do so only if it finds that it's got a direction from south or north at this point. Let's see what it does. I should have moved the camera up here, but not a big deal. It regenerated a new why did it generate new layout? Did I change something? I don't think I did. Let's just zoom out a little bit. Let's align our main camera to where we are. Align with view. That way when I push play, it will be looking right at them. It's interesting that it generated a new pattern than the first time, but no big deal. Not generating any corridors though. So let's see. Dungeon cells are getting added to old cell if cell direction, yada yada yada. For P equals start X, P equals less than end X. Should be correct, right? We're always moving forward. Let's just get a debug of our start X plus our end X. And why not? We'll do plus Z position. And these might just be getting thrown off somewhere totally else. To be honest, lots of floor prefabs. Where are you? And you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you. You're just that room. These are getting called though. 33 to 27. Looks like they're going backwards. So that's not gonna happen. So we messed this up somehow. Start x equals, if the cell direction, we grab the current cell that we're looking at, the cell direction equals south, that means that it came south. So we want to go north to connect to the room that we came from, meaning we want to take our current cell position, add to it. We want to take the old cell position and subtract out to the edge. And then we're going to be trying to build forward. Well, it looks like it would do what we want it to if I just go like this. So let's take a look and we can figure out why that is in a minute. Well, there's some corridors. That's definitely not where we wanted them, though. Let's do some fun stuff too, like so. I'm going to do, let's say, transform room parent and transform corridor parent. And at the start, let's do it at generate. After the noise, room parent equals new game can't make new transforms. New game object dot transform. I think I can put a name in here. We'll say rooms. And then we're going to do corridor parent. Corridor parent equals corridors dot transform. And then when I do generate floor, I'm going to ask for a parent. Set parent to parent. And in the case of the room, I'm going to send the room parent. In the case of this guy, I'm going to send the corridor parent. And I want to make sure that these guys are room parent dot transform dot set parent to this guy. Room parent dot transform dot position equals vector 3 0. I think that, no, that's good. And just to be sure, room parent dot transform dot scale equals vector 3 dot 1. And I want to do the same for this guy. So that'll create some new organization for us, so we can look at the rooms and the corridors separately. For example, why is this hierarchy open again? Why does that keep coming up? Get rid of all the rooms. Okay, so it looks like it's just building corridors kind of at random there. And I do want to be facing positive directions here just to be watching things properly. Let's go ahead and move the camera like here. Align with view. Okay, so we are generating corridors. They're just not getting put where they should be. Probably even overlapping. Say if this is one corridor, this is one corridor, there's one, That's all there is. It's interesting. Interesting. It's almost as if... one thing that would be nice is if we go ahead and make this serializable, which we can't do without using system. I don't need collections. Serializable. And what that will let me do is actually look into this list here. And let's go ahead and just do this right here for why not. So I can look at the dungeon cells themselves. So this guy looks like my int 2 in this solution is not very fancy. He can go ahead and be serializable just as well. Dungeon builder. Oh, I just tacked these into this guy, huh? That bothers me when they're out of order. And we're not using system collections here. I want to go ahead and make this guy serializable. As well as his buddy, might as well. Tower test, test controller, capsule controller, not doing any of that right now. What? Random, oh. Show it to me. I know what you're talking about. Alright. We don't have to put that up here. We can do it down here. If we need to. System has its own random as well as the Unity engine. So it doesn't know which one you're talking about if you don't specify. It throws an error. So yeah, I'm going to look at these positions. I could actually assign the rooms to themselves, but you're at 0, 0. So let's see. 0, 0 is right here. You don't look like you're at 0, 0. Who's our first room? You, sir, are our first room. Dungeon generator. You certainly don't look like you're at 0, 0. Why is that? Dungeon generator is definitely at 0. Our first room is 0, 0, 3, 3, 3, and we're assuming that he came from the south, and he gets added to dungeon cells immediately. We then add a bunch of other cells, but then we go through these, and we get previous cell, right, whoops, if previous cell, if old cell is equal to null, which we did have a possible return for, right? Return null, couldn't find previous cell. We're not getting a warning for that. That's interesting. I suppose direction is not enough to assume, is it? Well, no. We skipped the first one, didn't we? On purpose, because of that. Yeah, we started at 1, so yeah, no, we're not gonna try and grab the previous for the entrance. And again, this should be generating the same thing every time. So now there's something interesting. 0 came from the south. The next cell thinks that it came from the north. Am I confusing myself? I am, but first and foremost, I want to figure out why 0, 0 is not generating at... Oh, we are doing this, huh? Came from the south. Alright, how about we do... no, we do want that there. We don't want the first one to... We don't want any of this to offset. Generate cell... Yeah, no, that's fine. We're not doing that. I was looking at generate room. We've got the initial cell generated. We're not actually ever generating that one, though, are we? Now that I think about it. So there you go. Generate cell, current cell, and then it'll go into all of that. Let's look at that again, because there should be one right at the start here. Now it's totally changed, and we have no corridors. And it still doesn't look, I mean, is that 0, 0 there? Don't show me the center, show me the pivot. Okay, that's the center. So, this is the direction we're coming from. That's our little entrance room. That's good. That's kind of what I was going for. So, I'll just zoom out a little bit more. We should always be going in this direction. And honestly, as long as we don't keep changing things, the layout should be the same every time. I want to position the camera to look where I am. And once again, cells are generating. That's fine. The corridors are not properly generating. The very first one, however, looks like it is going... This came from the south, right? Came from the south. The next one should be this guy. We've got our first 9 pieces, and then we'll move on to this guy. But he thinks he came from the north. He was generated going north, but that's not what we meant by that. So that needs to get fixed. Cell direction, let's see. Get new direction, current cell direction, yada yada yada. Get direction. Find the possible directions. Make sure the old direction isn't in there. The old direction is the current cell's direction. Okay, that's all good and fine, but generate cell, this is the direction we're moving in. We actually want to get the reverse direction added onto this guy. That's definitely causing problems. So let's create a direction method called reverse direction. and I'm going to feed it a direction, and if that direction is equal to direction.east, I'm going to return direction.west. We'll just add a little warning here. Reverse direction failed. And we will return null. Shouldn't happen, but you never know. Let's go north, east, south, west. Opposite of north is south. Opposite of east is west. Opposite of south is north. And the opposite of west is east. And when we assign this, we want to reverse direction using the direction that we came from. That changes our layout again. But now we can see they know they're coming from the south. What do we got? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 should be coming from the west. But he says east. We went east. New direction east. That is not east. That is east. West is positive Z. Let's look at that again. Corridors still aren't drawing, but we want to get this stuff sorted out properly. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. South, south, south. 5 is coming from the east. This guy is probably coming from the north. Oh, element 7 came from the west, did he? Is there an overlap? Yeah, there is. That's not supposed to happen, sir. Look at you, overlapping. When we do our get direction, we're supposed to be checking. Well, possible direction dot count is greater than 0. We're going to grab one at random, possible direction, and then that direction, we probably did this wrong again, didn't we? Yeah, east equals -1. That's the benefit of getting. Let's go ahead and do that. We're going to do a void called apply direction, and it's going to reference an int 2, and it's going to use a direction. And basically, we're just going to take this like so, ref int 2, we'll call it pause, switch, can't rename this element, switch direction, let's change all of these to be pause, and pause equals, yeah, and once again we can just do pause dot x minus minus, which is south. We don't have to go through all of this stuff here, right? Pause. West is plus plus. North is x plus plus. And pause dot z minus minus. Right, north plus, west is plus, south is there. Very good. Apply direction. Now, in this case, new position equals new int 2 current position dot x, current position dot z, and then I want to do apply direction, referencing our new position, applying our new direction to it, like so. And we're also doing that up here. Dungeon cell dot position equals new old cell. Let's just take that out like this. Dungeon cell position equals straight up copy, and then we want to apply direction to a reference of our dungeon cell dot cell position, passing in our new direction. And just to make sure that we only ever have to change one position whenever we want to change the way that that stuff works. So we did have the XC going funky there on that check. That should keep that one from overriding his buddy. That's not the nicest of things to do there, but you know what we can do? We can make this cell count per floor. Cell count per floor. Let's make this a serialized field. And then let's actually use it here. Let's do cell count per floor -5. Yeah, let's do, you know what? Cell count modifier. And let's do, you know, like 3 for this case. Minus cell modifier. Come on, you can figure it out. Here we're going to do cell count per floor plus cell modifier. And let's go ahead and do +1 for that random there. Now I can actually edit this in the editor. And let's go ahead and bump this up to like 20 and see if we can get stuff to run over itself. Doesn't look like it has. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 4, 9. Good. Yumitown, what are you doing? I see you. What are you doing? Digging through stuff. I can still see you. What are you doing? Thinks if I can't see her, I can't hear her. So that looks good anyway. It didn't go back on itself at all. Let's go ahead and just for the sake of you know, noise.set seed, and I'll just do a random. We've got system going here, so I need to do unity engine dot random and I want to do a range of, let's say, 555 to 9999, and that'll just make it different, or will it? That's a nice one, and that's a different one. Yeah, okay, so this way we'll get a different snake each time. And we're just looking to see that it doesn't run back on itself. Wow, that's awfully compact. We got this room, we got that room, that room. It hasn't necessarily run into itself, it just kind of looks like it might have. Goes there, goes over there, goes over there, and then did it spiral to a stop? That's interesting. Can you down the road? Can you down the road with this asset do diagonals? Sure, yeah. Can you get multiple entrances, exits on a single square? Sure. Yeah. No limits to how much you want to add on to it. You can just keep building and building. Got to get these corridors working though. How come the corridors aren't working? They're not. Yeah, so I probably fixed what I was working on, and now these are working properly. Let's just double check that. I wasn't even looking at the debugs. No debugs coming out. Oh really? Didn't we still have a debug there? We do. If cell direction south or north, there was definitely some south or norths there. If old cell equals null, is that what's going on here? Oh, what? What is that? If old cell equals null, then continue. But no, we decided we don't need that. We're not checking the first one. We should be fine. So, still no corridors though. We're getting our debugs though. They are still backwards. So I'm gonna close you because I keep clicking on you. We'll go ahead and put these back to how they were just for now. Yeah, the Z position is definitely not using, right? Cell position, min, Z, X, right? It should be at, let's say we're starting from, yeah, this is actually dependent on which one we're using. Is it not? Z position, no, it doesn't matter. We're going north or south, so we can go ahead and just say cell position Z times 10, and then we'll add to that value. That will fix that up, but the start and the end X still don't look like they're doing their thing properly. They're trying. Should be one right here. The very first one should be right there. But it's certainly not, and it is capable of it's longer than it needs to be, and it's not in the right position. let's just do, for now, as long as I equals less than 2. So we're only going to do the first one here. In our current case, we don't have it set up for east-west yet. So if it generates in that way, we'll just have to regenerate it. That's fine. It'll grab the first one. It should be able to grab the previous one. It knows now that it came from the south or the north. It should almost always be coming from the south, which means, yeah, cell direction equals south. Yeah, this is not correct. Start x equals, this should be reversed. Start x should be using the old cell along with its maximum. The end x should be the current subtracted. That looks good. In the event of here, we're going to have to swap these two. Going south, we want to be using, let's see, in this direction we're going north, so we want to be grabbing in any direction we're going to be going north. If we came from the south, that means that the old cell is in the south. If we came from the north, that means the old cell is in the north. So that means our yeah, so our start x should be our current cell. Yeah, that looks good. Except for this here, old cell. This likewise is cell. Same here, cell, old cell. Z position, min Z, max Z. Still don't think that Z position is proper, but let's see if we can't get a proper X path going. It's way off there. $51. How did it get to 51? Room number 1 is at X position 2. That's not correct. 3 minus 1? What's going on with these numbers here? These should only change one at a time. Lots to fix. But this is fun stuff. The first cell, we're at 0, 0. The next cell, when we do generate, it's going to, first of all, it's going to take in the old cell's position, and then it's going to apply a direction, which should only give it a possible shift of 1. Generate cell, dungeon cell, return. It's a new dungeon cell. It's got its own this and that. It's then added. We then generate using it. And then we come back. Current cell equals new generate. Should be a new cell. How did we get 2-0 on the very first one? It's almost as if they're reusing themselves. Which is kind of possible. Time to do some fancy stuff. I'm going to make this a coroutine, and I'm going to yield return null, and I'm going to debug break right here, and after every room as well as after every corridor. That's just going to posit room by room, and I'm going to peek at the values as they come rolling out. So we've got room 0 came from the south. It's a 333. He's at position 00. Very good. This sir came from the south. He's a 6-6, and he's at 1-0. However, okay, this guy's 1 minus 1. Looks good. Looks good, looks good. When does that 1-0 change? Things are still generating. Oh, we've got an interesting layout. Still generating. I set it to 21. Okay, we're at 21. Oh, yeah, and the position just got changed there. Not acceptable. Who did that? That came about when we started doing this. Cell position.z times 10. Cell direction. Why is that getting changed? Cell position.x. Cell direction. It checks. It checks. It uses. It uses. It uses. Not modifying values though. Let's put a debug log here. Debug.log. Cells generated. I think it was after that we started doing this. Somehow, and that's not acceptable. Into old position equals, let's say, new int 2 cell position dot x comma cell dot cell position dot z. So we're not actually using that cell's data. Switch cell direction. Now we're going to change the old position. Okay. That was messing that up, definitely. Old cell, blah, blah. Okay, that looks good. That was definitely messing that up. Don't want to touch stuff directly. Okay, gonna go through and make these again. Wow, that's straight. Okay. Corridors are attempting to build. I already got 2 of them accidentally. And they went straight in the wrong direction. Let's turn this down to 5. And it went to 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we've got 1 corridor. And his first stop was at 21. We know that he knows he's coming from the south, right? He's a southern boy. He should be starting his X. Let's go ahead and do debug.log. Let's say current position and direction plus cell position dot toString. Did I set up a toString for those guys? Probably knows how to do it, but return, let's say x plus x plus z plus c, like that. Cell position plus, and then we want to do plus cell dot direction. Current position and direction. Let's do old position and direction as well. This is just the old cell. Not that the old cell direction really matters. And then we've got our start X, our start end. But so anyway, old cell position, that should be 0. And then we want to add the old cell room width half. And now the old cell room width is 3. And then we're going to do half of that, which is 1.5, and we're going to seal that, so it's going to be 2. So we should be starting, you know, on the second, or on the third step there. That all looks correct to me. What's going on with all of this? Current min, z, that's all the z stuff. Start X. The z is probably not correct either, but let's focus on X for now. Old cell position, and then, so again, 0, and then this should give us to 3, and then the end X. See, this just, I mean, there's no way that this should be continuing to work like that. The end X equals the current cell position dot X, which we can see is 1 times cell size, which is 10. So we're now at 10, but we're going to offset that to be room width. We actually went depth here, don't we? Current max z. Yeah, that's up for interpretation. Is width south? I don't know. I guess so. It's a bummer. Figure that kind of stuff out. Should be the same for now anyway. Which should put us right where it wants to be, and then for p equals start x, p equals less than end x, generate floor p, z, and these are getting the times 3 added onto them. 1, 2, 3, 4, corridor, null reference exception, 106. Old cell was not properly grabbed. How so? Couldn't find previous cell. Interesting. We are currently on I equals 1, dungeon cell 1. That's this guy. He came from the south, which means get previous cell should his cell I'm not looking at multi-stream chat here, I'm sorry. What's up? Working on a dungeon generator. Building it from scratch. So yeah, I only had Twitch chat on there. Sorry if I left you hanging for a while there. And I never really know how to pronounce your name. Arcanius. So we're passing in our current cell at point 1, 1, 0. We're going to set up the old... Man, that is a low-flying chopper. Old position, yeah, current direction. If we went if we came from the south, yeah, that's not right. This is minus minus. We came from the south. Then we want our old position to be south. If we came from the west, we want our old position to be west. So these are all backwards. Came from the east, we want our old position to be east. Then we want you to go find that, okay? Try it again. What are we at? 4, 3, 4. And there's our corridor. Looks like it did a good start there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Didn't need the 5, but it tried. The Z came up as -3. So that's not correct, and it went 1 too far. Start X, end X. End X. Let's see, we got 0 plus 2. That's going to put us at the actual 2, you would think, but that one did work properly, it seems. old cell position plus old cell room width. I still think that should be depth, but Z is usually depth, so we'll leave it like that. Start X came out to be 2, but spawned at 6. 0, 1, 2, and it's times 3, so I guess that's correct. How come this guy is at 1.5? Interesting. Oh no, that's the cubes, sorry. Arcanius, yeah. Just going to end up the same as before. Not sure what you mean by that. Tools for us to design our own. You mean like expand the dungeon? We could certainly set that up. We could do that with caves too. Or do you mean like mods to alter the items and monsters and stuff that get spawned in there? There's lots of different things can be done. That guy's at -3, this guy's at 0, and this guy's at 3 as expected. Curious how this guy makes it to 6 with 2. I guess it is 2 times 3. Minus equals math 4. Do we want to just do another -1 here? Seal to int. Is that not the same thing that's happening when we generate the room? Cell size oh, I'm doing less than. And here, right. Room depth divided by 2. Okay, that makes sense. Here we're starting there. So yeah, we do want to do -1 here as well as -1 here. Now the Z seems off. Z position. Current min Z equals 0 minus room depth divided by 2, floor to int. Old min Z equals math for the int cell dot room depth divided by 2. It's good. And then the min Z equals, yeah, we're looking to find who's less. Current min Z equals less than old min Z, yeah? Well, then use the current. Otherwise, use the old. Once again, this is the max. So we're doing int, or ceiling. How come these both are doing cell? This should be old cell. That's a problem. There we go. Now, if the current min Z is less than the old min Z, use the current min Z, otherwise use the old min Z. That should work better. Cell.cellPosition.z times 10 min Z max Z plus 1. Do we really want the +1? I think we do. Right. Definitely. For the dungeon, I'm not going to do ladders and hatches. There could certainly be, one of the things that I've kind of thought about, well, to answer kind of the earlier stuff you mentioned there, this is going to be underground, like the caves, so you can't see what's outside. So that kind of gives me extra room to add stuff like traps. I definitely want to add traps. I want to add secret rooms. We're not going to be using ladders. We're not going to be using hatches. It's going to be using staircases. And definitely we can have some like custom cool rooms, like boss rooms. Maybe like, I'll hand design a big circle dome, and then there's, an Eye of the Beholder in it or something like that. Definitely want to do different, kind of the main point of this is to get new mobs in. Definitely. I don't know if I'm going to do like goblins or if I'm going to do undead or both, or, give dungeons a chance to roll a theme as to what they put inside of them. But definitely want to be adding more stuff. It's kind of difficult to do that with the above ground tower stuff because you're rendering all of the overworld. You can't assume that the player isn't looking out the window, which you can when you handcraft levels. When you procedurally generate stuff like that, you have to just assume that people might be looking right at something. So I didn't put a lot of furniture and like junk in the towers, so they're really bland. I totally understand that. This is going to be its own self-contained thing like the caves. So we should be able to just say, throw some garbage around, throw some cobwebs in, have, what are those, not torches, but the little fire, what are they called? Cauldrons. There's a name for that. I forget. But the knocked over, stuff like that. Having an actual dungeon generator in game is definitely something that's possible. Like, for example, say when you get your town built up, to have the enchanter at a certain level, like maybe he can generate portals to, like say, a random dungeon with X amount of rooms, etc. Yeah. I tried to do that with the town building system, how you can export those, and I was hoping people would make town hall buildings and stuff like that for me. There's still kind of all the placeholders, but nobody ever really did. For dungeon rooms, I mean, we can certainly go that way. It would be down a ways, and definitely want modding capabilities. Still not getting that corridor right. And X, I did -1 Z position. And X minus equals, so we're doing minus here, so we want to do +1. But this is still not working out. Hand designed dungeons. All of the town buildings, basically. You know, I kind of just made a generic building, and then I gave them all some different random crates and shelves and carpets and stuff, and just kind of punched out all of them at once. But they're really just, you know, the same as if someone were to make a building and then click on the save, how it exports a JSON file. You know, the current storehouse, it's just got some walls with a crate in it is all. Z times 10 plus get random cell position x z min z max z plus 1. That should be 0. Let's do a debug log min max z plus min z plus max z. Yeah, there's some. We've got the mod files. Doc built a bunch of 5x5 building pieces to fit together. And you know, I could use these kind of stuff to upgrade the towers so that they don't have their ladder and hatches, but they're actual rooms with just, you know, connected pieces like this. That's just basically how your generic rogue builder goes, or rogue dungeon generation goes. But never really got anybody digging into the town buildings. It seems like most people were interested more currently in kind of putting the towns off for a bit until we get crafting and skills beefed up, i.e. combat. So this is one of 2 random generation systems I want to make. I want to have another one for islands, for the planes, like fire planes, earth planes. This is going to be the contained dungeon generator, but then to have inside of it sort of similar to the towers, where you've got like a mid-boss somewhere, and then you'll have long staircase down to the second level, and then maybe at the end of that there'll be like a main boss, and preferably some, you know, like we've got the golem cores right now that don't really have a use. Have more stuff like that and start programming recipes for those, which are also, those are actually INI files that anybody can make. Look at the item templates. The obsidian core is actually a text file. Right. I see what you're saying. So that we can add mods to just add onto the system. Definitely. Yeah, I believe there is, and I'm gonna hurt myself here, but I haven't looked at creative mode in a long time. I have a sinking feeling that it's actually kind of broken. That didn't work. No, it did. I need a creative player. Oh, I just created a creative player. Well, I named her Creative World, whatever. Create single player creative world. There, if you push I, there is the item template generator interface in creative mode, where you can basically make, oh, that's no good. It interrupted that there. Fancy pants. It's not properly grabbing. Well, and I already have fancy pants, so it knows I can't do that, but say it's a shield, can change level, tier, rarity, can be crafted, known by default. It's smithing, what is it? It's a shield, smithing shield. You can make, there's an interface for making items. And this also includes, like I was just doing the, is it known by default? Here's the ingredients. You can set it up to drop in biomes. You can set it up to drop from specific mobs. You can set it up to be unlockable on the miner, requiring tier 3, and make it require iron ore, tier 3. Maybe it needs to be rare, and you need to bring in 50 to unlock the recipe. So it's actually not known by default. You have to learn it. So yeah, this whole interface. Yeah, you can bonus stats, let's say armor, and these are bonus stats. I think it tells you by default weapons receive this, equipment, there's, just because I've marked this as a shield, it's already going to get armor based on the game's math for level, tier, and rarity. So if I add a bonus to it here, that's going to make it stronger than normal. Say it's heavy armor, can make tools, can make consumables. The only thing missing with this system right now is icons, and it'll let you pick from the icons that I currently have in-game. So you can just pick, a generic shield icon, but preferably we'd have a way to, import our own icons. But really all that's important is that the code is unique. I think it says that if something tries to load in using a code that's already been used, it'll throw an error. But it's an integer, so it can be like 999 million or like 9 billion or something. So there's lots of room for this to be expanded upon. I think maybe a lot of people just don't know about it. Maybe I should talk about it more. Maybe I should make a video about it. And of course there's the building, save and load. You know, I've got a bunch of my own random structures. This is creative mode, so I think it'll just let me, yeah, there's the tower model that is just really something that I made. I should have raised it up a little there, but you know, it's just a save like any other building. I don't think there are any creators, honestly. Haven't had a widespread share of anything, unfortunately. The workshop has some houses on it because the structure system has a built-in Steam uploader, and I wish there was more demand for this, like you're asking for. You know, if people would bother me about this, I'd love to expand on making it. You know, right now people are bugging me to do combat, so that's what I'm doing. But I know that some people really enjoy modding, and some games get a fair amount of their assets from community mods, you know. I think it was Solace Umbra. She said she used to really like making skins for armor. She wouldn't do the 3D stuff. She'd just retexture them, you know, draw gowns and stuff that she really liked to import. And I can get all of that set up. I mean, it just takes time. It's always just, what do I spend my time on, you know? Building doesn't give EXP yet, and doesn't have skills. I'm not sure that that's currently not on the roadmap. I would like to do that personally. That you start out with not being able to build stone. You level up. Not that I know of. Haven't really had anyone report getting into the item system. I haven't talked about it in a long time though. I made that back in like March or something. And I'll actually probably bring that up here in the near future again. And like you say, maybe we should make a video about it, because man, they're just helicopters going back and forth outside. I don't know what's going on. But once I get the dungeon generator working, I'm going to be adding a bunch of new monsters. So with new monsters, we've got new drops. I'm going to be adding chests into the dungeon, which means more drops. We've already got a lot of animal drops that we're not using, and we've got the golem drops that we're not using, and we've got elemental stones that we're not using. So the next step after this, I don't know if you saw the video, but once I get this working, I want to focus on making a lot more recipes. And so I'll probably make a video about how that item template generator works, and try to see if I can't get more people working on interesting recipes using the ingredients available in the game and or creating new ingredients. Min max -3 -3. That's not right. Min max sealed int. Yeah, this is just not right there. Current max, 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 max. There we go. It shouldn't have been -3 anyway, given that -3 and 2. Min max C -3 and 2. It should be 0 and 2, I think. I'm going to try and run this a few times, but the corridor did generate properly. And we only set it to do the 1. I'm going to remove the breaks in the return nulls. I need to add 1 at the end so it doesn't yell at me. And I'm going to turn this back on so it tries to do all of them. Again, it should only be doing north-south, but we'll see what it does. You're talking about the building creation or item creation? Yeah, this wants to be bigger, that's right. Okay, north-south corridors are generating good now, so let's move on to south and east. Oops. And these guys are all going to be X now. And this is going to be room width. Other than that, this is all going to stay the same. I should have been doing rename. Whatever. Not a ton of them. Room width. Room width. Current max X. Old max X. Int. So this is going to be X position equals X times 10. It's going to be no, we can leave that. X and Z. Min X max X plus 1. And these are going to be Z now. And so let's go ahead and rename them to Z like so. Makes things a little easier. And here again, we want to be doing, let's see. If we're looking, we're coming from the east. Definitely agree with that. The towers are uninteresting, for lack of a better word. And definitely the dungeons should be more interesting. Caves we can work on too. Once I get the dungeon generator working, it's just pulling on a list of stuff. Stuff that can spawn, monsters that can spawn. We can make like a list for loot, loot items that can spawn. Maybe they've got a treasure rating, so only 3 treasure rated 3 will spawn with bosses. Treasure rated 2 will only spawn with champions, kind of stuff like that. And then we can definitely add a system to look for imports. So if players are adding to that system, it just adds to those lists. And that people fine tune, like all set it up so that the possible monster spawns are, say, skeleton warrior, skeleton mage, and zombie, or whatever. And that's just a list of monsters that are already in the game. So if somebody wants to add spiders and, whatever, harpies, I'll add a bunch of different stuff to game. Yeah, then people can just change the possibilities. If we came from the east, that means we want to be building, we always want to be building west. Right, we always want to be building west. So we're going to grab the old cell and offset it. I think this all looks fine, except these all need to be Z. And I already changed them to room depth. This, however, will now be start Z. I did change that, okay. And NZ. So we're now doing X position P, corridor parent. Let's just turn it on without bothering to check and see what happens. And now we've got connected corridors at random intervals, nothing going outside of the possibilities though. Let's turn the number up to something more like 20, give or take 5. And we've got a random dungeon layout. For starters, all we need now is to get some branching going on. So let's say that let's clean this up a little bit. Can I consolidate any of this? I could make this into just one line if... No, I'm reusing those right there. Plus, I could do that one line, not a big deal though. Let's move this to a function called generate corridor. Generate room, generate cell, void, generate corridor. Goes down to here. Where is it? There we go. Now, I think actually I'm gonna go like this. We'll pass in an index for it to use. Like so, just to clean up the main function here. And, you know, we'll add functionality on here to add secret rooms and stuff as we go. For now, we are generating the cells. Yeah, here we go. Generate the rooms. Generate the rooms. Rooms generated. I think that's good. Cells. Generate the cells. So we haven't really gotten to walls and doors yet. Connect rooms based on their starting direction. That works. Before we do that, this is like the main path. So now we want to do bridging paths. We've generated all of that. Let's do... How about some more of these? I'm going to serialize that as well, just because we'll probably change that when we get to it. Let's say cell count, let's say branch count. Branch count per floor, and let's also do branch count modifier. And I'll do this just 3 and 1 for now. And let's also do branch length. Yeah. Branch length. Let's have that just be like 3. And we can do a branch length modifier as well. Again as 1. So we've generated our main path. Now for int I equals 0, I equals less than branch count per floor. Let's make that a number first. Branches equals get random, whatever. 822, 391. Minimum is going to be branch count per floor minus the branch modifier. Max is going to be branch count per floor plus the branch modifier. That's going to give us our total number of branches. We'll go ahead and add a +1 to that. Now, as long as we're less than the number of branches we're expecting, we're going to attempt to create a branch via grabbing a random cell. Let's say cell to grab equals, let's again get random 289 and 174. It's just random numbers. We don't want to grab 0. We don't really want to grab 1. Let's start at 2. And we'll do the max at cell count per floor. We did that properly already, right? Cell count per floor. Kind of want to make that its own thing. Not really change that in runtime. Int cell count equals cell count per floor, and then mentions of that, like such, are now going to be cell count. I think that's the only one that mentions it. It's fine. Okay, so cell to grab, let's do cell count -2, and that's actually gonna not be possibly the max. Yeah, I think that's fair. We're probably gonna make the final cell be a staircase downward, so we don't want to grab that one, but I think anything other than that is fair. So we're going to grab a cell. Then we want to pick a direction. Gonna have to do current cell equals dungeon cells. Oops, I'm not in the right place here. Cell to grab. Current cell direction, current cell dot cell position. Current cell, kind of want to stop, but it should be fine. Let's Gonna add that to the list. I just get confused with these, the way that these references are used. I believe that that is fine though. We're just changing the reference, not someone else's reference. Yeah. Current cell equals cell to grab. We're going to get a new direction based on the current cell's direction and position. If we are unable to, we'll go ahead and continue, meaning we've grabbed something that's already completely surrounded. Otherwise, we're going to add some branches. Like so. And current cell equals cell to grab. We actually then want to have another for int. We'll say c equals 0, c equals less than branch length. And actually want to go ahead and say int branch. Well, let's do that per branch. Branch length equals get random, whatever. Minimum of branch length. Oh, I already used that word, didn't I? Branch length. Okay, so we'll just call you length. Branch length minus branch length modifier, branch length plus branch length modifier plus 1. And now this c equals less than, we might want to do equal. No, we're going from 0, that's fine. C plus plus. And so this is going to start a new branch. We're then going to is that all we need to do? Direction, get a new direction. Continue. No, we don't want to do that. We want to do break here now. And if we have to break out of here, then we're going to be trying to find a new branch, which is good. But we want to actually add I times 500 into here. We don't have that set up. Okay. Just as our second variable. We want this to be based on I. We want it to change every time we move on to a new branch. Attempt. And that creates the chance for a single cell to branch multiple times, and that's fine. It should not be capable of rebranching on the same direction twice, thanks to our checks. Direction, new direction, generate the cell, add it, generate the room, and then loop. Current cell equals generate cell. So yeah, we're still missing out on, no? That's all we need. New direction, current cell equals generate cell. Yeah, because this is the guy that actually makes the new cell. Okay, so I think that will work, and then following that will generate corridors based on all the cells. So let's see if that did indeed work. Yeah, now we've got some little branches here. This guy didn't work properly. What happened here? His X was too high. Let's see, this is a east-west corridor grabbing an X. Too high. East-west corridor. East-west corridor, it was in fact going east, meaning it's this guy. His, well, all that matters is the X position though. Min X was too low. If the current min X is greater than the old min X, I should have saved that and looked at it. Let's look for another one. Those all look good. Those all look good. I need to move my camera a little bit. Align with view. And let's go ahead and make a regenerate button so I can just spam this stuff rather than hitting play repeatedly. Let's see. Serialize field bool regenerate equals false. Void update. If regenerate, well, we're going to want to destroy room parent dot game object. We're going to want to destroy corridor parent dot game object. And everything else is going to repopulate itself properly. So then we just need to do start coroutine, generate. Doesn't really need to be coroutine anymore, and regenerate equals false. Yep. That should give me a button on the dungeon generator that I can just click away at. I'm going to collapse you guys. Everything looks like it worked. Everything looks like it worked. Okay, no, there we go. This guy did not work. So, he is going west. He knows that he's going west. I don't know if I have any of these left. I kind of need to go to the store, don't I? That one's done. This one is done. That's a bummer. I've got a doctor's appointment today at 3. There's some other stuff I need to take care of. I can do during that. Yeah, that's fair. Anyway, what was it doing? So this guy, he knows he's going west. He generated west on his corridor generation. Cell direction was west. But this is what's important, is the X. His X went too big. The current max X, ceiling to int, old max X, ceiling to int. Max X plus 1. I suppose when we're doing generate room, we're doing is less than, not less than or equal, so we can't do the plus 1 here. Likewise, we're probably not going to be able to do that there. Min z, max z, that means we're never actually going to get that result. I just clicked hub on accident. But that should fix that. Okay. I think we need to tone the room number down and up. Cell count per floor, more like 10 to the end. Give or take 5, sure. And then we want to do maybe more like 4 branches. Give or take 1 with a branch length of 4, give or take 1. So you start here, you might go all the way down here, realize maybe you want to go over here, nope, you go over here, you go over here, nope, you go over here, nope, you go all the way through here. This is the floor down. I don't know if that looks like too much. Maybe a little too much. See, the actual path is just like this. Boop, boop. 10 rooms. How about more like 7, give or take 3. And then branch length, let's move you back down to 3. So I don't know which the actual end room is, but that does look a little better. We don't want them to be too big, and we can of course change this as we go. But now let's try and add a what the heck kind of noise was that? Sounded like a pigeon or something almost. Anyway, this is working more or less. Building the rooms themselves is kind of a whole nother thing. For now, let's try and make a room down. So, generate the main path. I need that. This is generate the branches, and we can do some fun stuff like dungeon cell. Let's do a public bool is dead end. Public bool is room down. And now when reach the end of our first bit here, whether we've run into ourselves, we want to make the current cell dot is room down to equal true, or if we get to the point where if the we've added it to the rooms already, the dungeon cells count is equal to cell count, meaning the while is not going to trigger anymore because we've added it here. So we're on our last room. We want to also set this guy to be current cell dot is room down to be true. We'll use that to create a downward room for these guys. If they get to a dead end, we want to set the current cell to dead end equals true. Likewise, if it's at the end of the branch, if C is equal to length minus 1, meaning we're on our last leg, the current cell dot dead end is true. And maybe we can add chests or make these secret rooms, you know, things like that, do some rolls. Use those a little bit different than the in-between rooms. We could also put a marker on crossroads, which would be any of these branches that have multiple exits. But I'll go ahead and not do that yet. I got lunch coming up in 4 minutes. Let's see if we can't. We're generating the branches. We're connecting the rooms. Probably going to have to start separating these into floors. But let's go down and say what? I'll clean this up later, but for int I equals 0, I equals less than dungeon cells dot count, I plus plus, dungeon cell equals dungeon cells I, and then if cell dot is room down, I want you to like say I'm probably gonna have to make this list an array per floor. We could go like this, have floor 0, floor 1, floor 2 kind of thing. I think for now I'm just gonna do something like 2 minutes. If cell is room down, I want to generate cell. How does this work again? Old cell, new direction. Doesn't matter. Direction dot east, and that's just gonna make it whatever for me, right? Room width, room depth, direction, apply direction. Okay, cell position. Using the applied direction. Apply direction. Default has its own thing in there. Well, let's add a down. Apply direction. Let's go ahead and make you case south. I think you are. And in the the case of direction down, I'm going to do position dot y. We don't have, you're only an int 2. Well, well, well. So I'm not going to worry about that. That's built in to apply direction. Well, we'll fuck with that later. Sorry for saying that. But kind of just want it to generate that. We're going to make this our current cell equals this new guy. Current cell dot position. Yeah, he just doesn't know how to do that. So I want to change cell position to, where is that? It's all the way at the bottom. I'm going to make you an int 3. You, sir, now can move in 3 directions. Don't actually need to add the zeros there. Gonna need to change some stuff here and there. New int 3, x, generate cell, new direction, we'll leave it alone for now. Cell position, which now we need to have taking a int 3. Int 3, current position. This is gonna mess stuff up. Int 3, old position, x. We are using xz though. I'm glad I made that distinction. In Solace Crafting, it's xy for an int 2. We'll have to remember that when we copy it over. This is likewise an int 3 now. You are checking all of that xz stuff just fine. Apply direction needs to be using an int 3. And one more. New position is an int 3. And get direction, we'll just say 0 for now. But when I go down, I'm going to go manually change the cell's positions y minus minus. And then I'm going to generate room. Based on that guy. And I might have just totally broken everything by whippily-dippily, swiftly changing everything to an int 3. But maybe not. It doesn't know how to apply that yet though. Generate room. Current cell, generate floor, current cell dot position dot y times 10. There we go, and you did minus minus, right? Yeah. Kind of want to set you to null. Generate cell, it's going to do all of that and say apply direction, which is not going to apply actually anything to it. So let's not do null, let's do down, which we'll make use of later. And now we should get one room popping up beneath the final corridor. As we can see here, we now have a second floor starting underneath the end of the last room. Alright, it's a good start. Sun is kinda out, but it's Not really. I'm gonna go get some lunch, and we'll be back in an hour. Is there an exit at the end of the dungeon? No, I'm not planning to do an exit at the end of the dungeon. Do definitely want to add an exit spell, though, don't we? And that is one option to have. Diablo 2, what was it? Diablo 3 did that, where you just, if you can get to the end, there's a portal back to the top. That's not a terrible approach to that. One or the other, definitely. You don't want to have to walk all the way back, get lost, teleport out, build solaces at the entrance, weird stuff like that. And maybe it's a craftable item. Maybe it's not a skill or a spell, but sort of like a town portal. You've got a dungeon exit scroll that you can craft. And if you read that, you just get spit back out the entrance. Yeah, we need that for mines too. That'd be a great item to, now that I think about it. I've kind of always wondered, like, how would I make that a spell? Would it be like a class spell? Would it be a general spell? Should I make that one of those soul perks? Reset the dungeon. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, yeah. I think it would save stuff that you killed and looted. But yeah, I think better than a spell would be something craftable, though. Right. So it's like, where would you... It's just, does everybody start with that known at level 0? Or do you unlock it somehow? Well, if you hit something, it would definitely reset. Damage would not be saved. You'd have to kill it for it to be saved. So if you were having trouble fighting something and you teleported out, yeah, I think crafting an item would be more general. Or a node at the end of the dungeon. Yeah, that's kind of the two options. Have, like I say, if you've ever played Diablo 3, they just have a pillar at the end where if you click on that, you teleport back out. I just like the idea of crafting something, so it's like, what this is. You're going to bring a few of them with you when you go out. You clear out a dungeon, and then you're like, all right, maybe it's a potion even that you throw at the floor and teleports you back. That just sounds more satisfying than having the dungeon for some reason already preparing a portal for anyone that gets to the end to automatically get back out. Lots of potions I want to add here in the next few weeks, honestly. Gotta go get some lunch, though. I will be back in an hour. Thank you for the discussions, guys. Hope to see you when I get back, or tomorrow, or whenever. It's probably getting to be nighttime where y'all are. So, if that's the case,